All right, ready to get back into it. We're back in Planet Coaster 2, and we are in our Planet Universe Park, back again in Heartland Adventure. Should probably get into some Silver Dollar City today as well, so that will be fun. Thought I turned the audio on. Thought I did. Did I not? Oh, I adjusted the soundtrack volume. That's what it was. Keep that at 75. Anyways, welcome back. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day here on this lovely Thursday, as we have this beautiful view of Howler. I've been working on some stuff behind the scenes, okay? I'm not gonna lie, and I was thinking about doing like a surprise, but if you guys are kind of eagle-eyed, you could probably see something pretty cool in the background. So anyways, what's up, Dr. Awesome? Good to see you in here. Good to see ya. Hope everyone is staying hydrated during these hot times. If it's very hot where you are, make sure we're staying hydrated. All that fun stuff. So, but good to see you guys here. Thank you guys for joining me. And we're gonna have a fun little stream here today. And I actually I've had a thought process, and I wanted to get your guys' opinion, because feedback is very important to me, and hearing what people want, and what people want for the channel. I know I haven't been the most, but yeah, I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts after I talk about this. So, I haven't been the most active on YouTube, and I feel like there's a way I can be more active and still get more content out to you guys. And that is to mainly I probably already kind of do this, but start to mainly focus on live streams over creating videos, because if I do that, I feel like I can be more active, instead of stressing over having to edit videos, because that takes a lot of time, resources, and effort. Not saying that I won't do videos, period, but I would have kind of more of a format, like I'd work on my projects on live streams, and then the videos will be like cinematic videos and more higher quality stuff, you know, like cinematic videos of the creations that we do create. So I'll obviously make those, but like while we're creating stuff, it'll be real time, mostly live streaming. And I feel like that's what I've been doing lately a lot anyways. The main thing I want to talk about is Windland Adventure Resort. I know a lot of people have been waiting, honestly, multiple months since the last episode. And I have not been able to really, I know I've had that creative block of not being able to create that next episode, and it's really my fault. There's no excuses. I should have gotten that episode out, episode 20 out, a long time ago, and I've really kind of just had the thought process about it. I'm like, what if I just start streaming it? I feel like I'll get more done, and not have to worry about recording videos for it, and rather you guys just be along the ride with me during live streams as we work on that park. And then when it's ready, we can do some cinematic videos, and I can still do episodes and just do like very toned down episodes like I do with Silver Dollar City, just like a real time video that kind of goes over, for those that haven't watched the live streams, go over what we have worked on. So, but I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on that. Mainly just switching over, because I'm so busy during the summer, and I don't have a whole lot of time, and the time I do have, the easiest way to get content out is live streaming, because it's like I don't have to worry about editing at the moment. I know it sounds like a lazy approach, but like I just don't have the time and freedom. Now, if this was my full-time job, absolutely, but it's not. So it's kind of like just a side hobby of mine. So when's the next episode on the series of the water park and the theme park? Oh yeah, we're talking about that right now, honestly. So hopefully I just got your answer to that. So I might go ahead and edit this next episode for it, because I do have the footage for it. And after episode 20, we might start dedicating episodes to just live streams. And then that way I can interact with you guys as I build that park. And it's been my main series, so, and I feel like that's the way to get it done more quicker on that project. But I want to know your guys' thoughts on that. You know, I want to do what you guys think is the best, but for me personally, that would be the easiest way to get content out to you guys the quickest and more consistent, I guess you could say. So anyways, but what's up, Cheez-It? How's it going? But I want to hear you guys' thoughts before I make any changes like that. And again, it's kind of what I've been doing lately anyways. So like I kind of want to do these general Planet Coaster streams where I just work on all my projects in one stream, slowly at a time. And then we can just create videos as we feel needed, you know what I mean? Whether it be cinematic videos or just some real-time like footage of looking at stuff and seeing the progress that we've done. So, love to hear your guys' thoughts on any of that. If you guys have any opinions on that, that would be fantastic. But I want to I want the YouTube channel to be the best it can be, and the most consistent it can be too, because I'm a very inconsistent, you know, I'll admit it, I'm a very inconsistent uploader, and very inconsistent on how often I post content and everything. I'll have stages where I'm really active, and then I'll have stages where a few months of just kind of like silence, you know? But somehow, through all of that, you guys still stick around, and I really do appreciate it. You know, I want to be more consistent and a more active creator on here. So, because I absolutely love doing this. And it's fun to create stuff like this, but I do want to see progress get done. I feel like that'd be the best progress to get done, or best way to get some more progress done on it, so maybe I'm wrong. But anyways, if you guys have been kind of looking a little bit in the background, you'll notice I've been working on something in this park. I know I said I would probably open this park with 2 coasters, and that very well still may be the case. But we do have something else we've been working on over on the side of the park, and that is a RMC Raptor, my first one in the game that I've been building. I've been doing custom supports as well, if you've seen the teasers and Planet Universe. So the storyline that I'm kind of going with is kind of like the park might open. This was originally planned with the opening, but it's going to be maybe a little bit delayed opening. So it might be a new edition the following year, maybe like a 2027 edition. So that's kind of the idea of this. So as much as I do want to focus on this, I think we need to focus on getting the park open, and then this could be like a 2027 project as well. So I've been like moving this so you guys can see like this is the structure they've been working on and stuff like that. It's actually kind of cool to see it without the tracks and make it look like it's been going under construction and everything. I think that's always really fun to do. But, of course, we had Cheez-It in the house here right now, who is in charge of Mars Designs, who designed this amazing coaster for us. Well, he didn't, not specifically for this park, but he did create this design, which is really cool. So, shout out to Cheez-It, and Mars Designs, as his company is called, his manufacturing company, his fictional manufacturing company that I created in the Discord server. Pretty cool. And I've added a few touches of my own, just to kind of make it to fit into the park. So obviously I've built the station myself and a few other things here and there. Made it to where it can operate with 2 trains using mods and such. So really cool with that. So basically, let's see kind of like our plan before we get into the real big stuff right here. I need to polish up this area leading up to Phantom's Flight. We need to create a nice little entrance sign. We'll probably do that today, and then like decorate up this little pathway. I did create this little pathway, which will merge into a nice new plaza for this coaster when it does eventually open, which will be cool. I don't think I'm going to have much more than that. We might add one more flat ride before the park opens, but this park's going to see some pretty rapid growth throughout each season. But our plan right now is to get it open before the summer ends. So that's kind of the idea. I'd like to get it maybe open in July at some point. Sometime in July. for the Discord server. And yeah, what we need to do is finish up this, and also I want to create the landscaping a little bit around the area. So actually add like a lot of trees and foresty areas, maybe even add like a little lake or something like that, a pond or something, somewhere in this area that we might build up to at some point. And also some more backstage kind of access areas. And maybe polish up the parking lot a little bit as well to get over there, because eventually we're going to expand our parking lot. Once our park does grow, we'll probably expand the parking lot as well, as a growing park probably would once they start seeing larger attendance. Now, this park would not have a large attendance because it does not have a crazy amount of attractions. In fact, it only has 4 rides that are going to be opening up at park opening, along with an arcade, restaurant, and a few shops. So not going to be very big to start out, but that's the point. It's going to be very small starting out and grow over time. And it's going to have a lot of rapid growth too, which is pretty cool. And being in a real-time setting, you know, we'll be able to take our time on it, which is pretty cool. Speaking of 2027, props to Holiday World, getting the first Mach water coaster in the Midwest. I'm very excited about that, and I'll definitely have to make a trip to Holiday World next year. Thankfully, that's a pretty cheap trip that I might be able to, that I should be able to pull off. Very excited to check out that Mach water coaster also as well. I just love Holiday Worlds in general. It's just amazing little park, nice little charming park, and it's one of the few water parks that I actually go to as well, which is something to note also. But all right, without further ado, guys, let's get into it, and we're gonna work on this area. So let's go ahead. What we're gonna do here is I'm going to add this into here. I might have to make this separate, or maybe go like that. Does it go through? It does not go through, so we're good. So yeah, we're gonna have this little construction fence up over here while all that construction is going on, and we might put like a little planter here, and maybe have like a quick tiny little path or something that would connect this with the photo booth. Copy existing texture here. We'll just place that down, and then we're just going to use the edit tool to make this kind of just connected like that, and then maybe round this off to make it look nice. There we go. But anyways, that will look good. I like that. Let's go ahead and create some, maybe like some small curbs or something like that, that we can potentially put down here. Let's see what would look good. Go wood or maybe something else. Let's just find something that would work well as a nice little curb here. There's just trying to find good options. Another good place to look is actually framework. You can actually find like little coaster support pieces. I actually updated the too much scaling mod, and now that little visual glitch of that little thing that was always popping up is no longer visible, which is nice. It was supposed to show you, like, it would have been very nice to actually have, but what it does show you is, like, it's supposed to show you is basically, like, what the in-game percentage allowed, so you know if you're actually utilizing the mod, kind of, or not, or if it's something else, you know, like if you're that way you can kind of get an idea if the person that, say if you're making a park that people can download, you can actually kind of give them you can get a heads up if they're even going to be able to use it without mods, you know. So I feel like the too much scaling mod is one of those, like, just mods that you like. I highly recommend that everyone have. I honestly don't know why Frontier doesn't allow you to scale it more than what they do. It doesn't really affect the game and negatively in any way, like performance-wise. So I feel like if they would just allow that in-game to be a little more flexible. Don't get me wrong, I'm super happy that scaling made it into the game and everything, but I feel like they could have made it a little bit more flexible, and everything, because like the modding allows it just to give us a little bit more. Like sometimes I want stuff smaller or bigger than what they allow it, so, and it's kind of weird to me that they don't allow it, and it doesn't really affect the game, doesn't really affect anything, when it comes to performance. So just one of those, to me, just an essential mod that I can't really live without. Just because I feel like it, I still can't imagine going back to Planet Coaster 1 and trying to scale things and not being able to. Very, very nice that that feature was added. Can you imagine that? Like, there is a world in Planet Coaster 1 where we didn't have scaling available to us, so just a thought to kind of have that, you know what I'm saying. Anywho, I can't wait till a few years down the line when Planet Coaster 2 is fully fledged out, man, and we've got so many things, and I'm still really hoping that we get more shop brands. I think that's just one of the things really kind of just bothering me, that they really haven't really acknowledged that issue. And I kind of find it as an issue that we only have a few shops to choose from in Planet Coaster 2 as compared to Planet Coaster 1. Planet Coaster 1 has so many shop brands, and the fact that they haven't even added any with any of the DLC just baffles me completely. I just don't understand it. It just doesn't make any sense to me that we don't have that in the game, have more in the game, There's so many more shop brands in Planet Coaster 1. That's one of the very few things that Planet Coaster 1 has over Planet Coaster 2. I think overall Planet Coaster 2 has surpassed Planet Coaster 1 overall when it comes to, like, everything. But, like, I feel like one thing that Planet Coaster 1 does better is shop brands. Because they have shop brands. They actually have the variety. Planet Coaster 2, however, does not. And that's kind of a little bit of a problem with me, we're so close. And with the scenario editor, I want the scenario editor to come back as well. That's the one big feature mode, I guess you could maybe call it, that we don't still have, is a scenario editor, where we can build our own scenarios with objectives and everything. That was also kind of fun, to be able to build your own scenario and be able to do whatever you want with it. I think that was very much a nice addition to Planet Coaster 1. Wasn't at launch, so I still held out hope that they could add it back. Also, I think hotels is going to be one of those ones that will come back as well eventually. Just kind of like how they did with restaurants. And a lot of people are really requesting for hotels to make a return. And I think in true Planet Coaster 2 fashion, every time they re-add a feature that was in Planet Coaster 1 that is not in Planet Coaster 2, they improve upon it and make it better. So like Vista Points just got added back, which was very heavily requested to come back. And now we have Vista Points back. We also have event points that go alongside them, which adds a lot of awesome stuff too. So now Planet Coaster 2, in that regard, really does go ahead, and you can choose the reaction of the guests. I don't think you could do that in Planet Coaster 1. You could actually choose what animation reaction the guests have to those Vista Points and viewpoints as well. Event points and Vista Points. The event points just add so much cool stuff that you could really do. If you really want to create like a walkthrough attraction with a lot of interactive elements, we can actually do that now. Having that ability is really amazing. And then there's a few more things I'd love to see in Planet Coaster 2, like coaster types that need to come back to the game that was in Planet Coaster 1. The big one being the Aero Suspended Coaster, the classic Aero Suspended Coaster. I love that model, and really sad that it hasn't made its way into Plinko 2 yet. I really hope it comes back, because I feel like that's a really heavily requested one to return. Hopefully they return it in a free update, part of a free update, not a DLC, because we have it in Planet Coaster 1. But like, I don't remember if it was part of a DLC in Planet Coaster 1. It very well could have been, but I cannot remember if it was or not. That one kind of escapes my mind. I'm not entirely sure if it was or not. I just can't remember. I think it might have been part of DLC, so in that case, it might not be too bad to have it in a DLC, but I also really like the idea of everyone saying that they should have like a Planet Coaster 1 DLC pack that includes all of the DLC from Planet Coaster 1 in one big DLC pack. A lot of people would buy that, and I think would be happy with that. So you could get all the DLC from Planet Coaster 1 into Planet Coaster 2. I really do like that idea. I think that's a really cool idea. And I don't know how well it would work, because I think might be a few things here and there in Planet Coaster 2 that's been added that were in some of those DLCs that that weren't before. So I'm not entirely sure how that would work, but it'd be pretty cool. Pretty sure it's base game. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I just can't remember. It's just been so long since I picked up Planet Coaster 1. It very well might be base game. And if you're... I'll go with your word. We're going to say it was base game. So, hopefully it's one of those that would be added in the base game, if it was to return. But hey, I'll take it regardless if it's in the base game or in a DLC. I don't mind paying for DLC if it makes the game much better and adds stuff that we really have been requesting. I don't mind supporting Frontier if they're going to give us what we want. You know what I mean? I will gladly play it. I would gladly pay for more content. As long as they are putting out free content as well, which they are. You know, they always put free content alongside this paid content as well. So even people that don't want to pay that money are still getting something out of it. So I really like that Frontier does do that. And I know there's a lot of people out there that think everything should be free. I get it, but like, for me, it's not more so like greediness. It's me like, I'm supporting the game so they can continue to put more content out for it. If they aren't having money coming in, that product is going to cease to exist, you know, if they're not making money from it. So as long as it's content that we've been asking for and really want, and there's a good amount of content for that price, I don't mind it as much. Some people do, and everyone always thinks everything should be free, and I get it. I understand where those people are coming from, but you gotta think about the business side of things too. Not everything can be free. They have to make some sort of income from stuff. And trust me, and I can understand people that would want to buy the game later on when there's more content available, because they do add more content throughout the years. So like, you're not getting everything in the game right away at launch. Like, you have to wait for some updates. And I can see the argument of why people don't like that. Because in their mind, oh, they released an incomplete, unfinished game. But it's not the worst thing in the world, because we kind of test it a little bit, and then we give them their feedback of what we want, and then they can add it based on what the people want in the game. So, yes, it kind of sounds like we're testing a little bit, but it is a good way for them to add stuff that the people want in the game later on after it's requested. So they can add stuff that is requested, and they can put parts of that in a DLC and parts of that for free. And I think Frontier's done a good job with that lately. And I really hope Planet Zoo 2, that they learned from the launch of Planet Coaster 1, that they really need to have a successful launch with Planet Zoo 2, and that it releases in a good state, unlike Planet Coaster 2. But Planet Coaster 2, thankfully, they have made it right, so, and I appreciate Frontier for doing that. Yes, it had a rocky launch, but we gotta leave all that in the past, and I think Frontier has learned that they need to fully flesh out their game before releasing it. And I didn't even hate the launch as much as a lot of people. Yes, I do admit it was kind of a disappointing launch overall, but I still enjoyed the new features so much. And it is kind of hard when you're creating a sequel like this if you don't have everything in the previous game already there in the base game of the second game, yeah, that's where it's going to be tough to please everybody. And rightfully so. I understand it. I understand why people would be a little upset if there's features in Planet Coaster 1 that are not in Planet Coaster 2, like when it comes to content-wise. But Planet Coaster 1 had, you know, however many years of content behind it also as well. So, like, and Planet Coaster 2 started from scratch, so. But I'm glad that they started adding the original themes back from Planet Coaster 1, and it's been a little bit of a slow process, but we have been getting everything back into the game, and it just, we're almost there, I think. We just have a few more things that we need to get into that. I think we'll be there, though. I think we're gonna get there. Give it some more updates. And then there are people out there that think we're not getting more updates, which I don't think is true. I think we're getting updates. We're going to continue to get updates. Planet Coaster 2 still has more DLC left coming out, and updates and everything else. I can understand why people are worried that the game might not be receiving much more with Planet Zoo 2 being announced and all that. And the last update took a little longer than what it usually does, but I think it was a lot of content to make for that, for this last update. So I'm not too worried about it. Oh, the bobsled back. Yeah, I hope at some point that all the coaster types in Planet Coaster 1 end up being in Planet Coaster 2. Like, everything that was in that end up being in the game. That is what I hope. At some point. That's why I do like the idea of people saying, like, a Planet Coaster 1 DLC pack that goes into Planet Coaster 2 that adds all of the old all the flat rides and coaster types that were in Planet Coaster 1. I think that would be a really good addition. Stuff that, all the ones that are still missing. Scenery would be awesome too. One thing that Planet Coaster 1 does have is the Theme Maker's Toolkit. Remember that as well, where you can import your own 3D objects. I think Planet Coaster 2, though, pulls it off without having it pretty well, though. Because I feel like with the scaling tool and having all of those to your disposal really allows you to really kind of sculpt and make anything you want. Almost. Pretty close to almost everything. But having that scaling feature really does allow you to kind of create a lot of different 3D models, and, you know, with all the 3D shapes we have, and I think it does kind of help quite a bit, so. But I would not be opposed of the Theme Maker's Toolkit making its way into Planet Coaster 2 at some point, either. Obviously, it'd be for PC users only. Console users get a little upset about that, but, you know, it's just not really... I mean, it makes sense that it wouldn't be on console. Or that those things would not come to console. It's just not plausible, really. Which sucks, because I wish the console players could experience all the features like we do as PC players, you know? And console players get so angry that they have that piece limitation. And they keep demanding Frontier get rid of it. And I'm like, well, do you want the game playable? You know? I'm sure that's there for a reason. I don't think Frontier would put that on there for zero reason. They probably did testing on consoles and like, okay, at this point when we have this many pieces in the game, it crashes the game and it's unplayable. So that's probably why that's in place. You know what I mean? And I get that it sucks. No, I understand that would suck, but you got to think of it from hardware perspective too. Like, PCs are going to be able to handle more stuff. Oh, don't do that. It will all be okay, though. I'm very, like, surprised just what, like, console users have been able to create, though. It just baffles me that using a console, they've been able to create some pretty impressive creations, you know? Very talented people out on those consoles. I tried playing the console version a few times. I just couldn't get into it. Like, I had to, like, you can actually plug in a keyboard and mouse for console edition. That's how I would have to play every time if I had it on console. I couldn't imagine playing this game with just a controller. That just sounds like a nightmare to navigate, but I guess if you use it enough, you know, it's not too bad. I was coming from, again, a person that didn't think the game would ever come to console. I was very surprised when the first game came to console. And I don't think it's a bad thing, it's a good thing. I like seeing everybody have the ability to play the game, so. Alright, do we have the special symbols that I need here? I don't think so, but we should be able to make this work. We can actually scale it down, rotate it this way. A little bit more. There we go. Needs to be attached, though. Phantom's Flight. Alright, let's give this sign a little bit more depth, though. What we're going to do is we're going to copy this, and we're going to make it white version. I'm going to put that on the back and change where it sits. But we need to add all of these details. All these details added. So we can get this bark open. So I have a little entrance archway here. This, put one in the center here. A horizontal piece at the top. And then this will tell people where the normal entrance is, and then the priority pass. Alright, change our colors here to match the aesthetic of the ride. Ready. Pass. Alright, let's spice this up a little bit. It looks a little bland, so we're gonna add some lighting on here so it looks cool. Potentially looks nice and awesome at night. I kind of want to get like the same things we put on the trains, and that's the little light bars. But we're gonna make them a purple color all the way through. Those will glow at night. I might actually make this set a little bit lower. Did I make this? Did not make this a actual piece. Or a scenery group. Thought I had it connected to that, but apparently I didn't. I'm just gonna lower this down just a bit. Seems a little too tall. Okay, and then we're gonna clear all that up, I think. I think what we're gonna do for that, we need to use another, or we can use brick. Maybe like a brick texture. Kind of like this, kind of steps down. And we'll make it kind of match the same color as the ride sign. Again, gotta thank Cheez-It and his manufacturing company here for the design of the ride. As we kind of continue to finish up the ride, it's station, entrance, queue. Alright, let's avoid those fighting textures. As best as we can. Yeah. Thank you for the advice he gave me. Work was easier. Oh, sweet. I'm glad that it helped you. I know taking my own advice on that helped me, so... Yeah, like it's so much easier to build if you have something to go off of. If you're just going with nothing, it's a lot more challenging. If you have something to look at, to figure out what you're gonna do and have that inspiration, it makes it so much easier. I mean, once you start to get that down, you can actually begin to start creating stuff from nothing. Like, that's actually a possibility after you've kind of gotten some experience down, like actually building stuff like that. You can actually it actually makes it easier to build stuff from scratch and not have any inspiration to build it from nothing. It becomes a little bit more possible after you kind of get your first stuff down. After you start getting it down a little bit and such, you can actually start to conjure up stuff from nothing. But definitely for a while, I always recommend doing that, so. Alright, that's starting to look better, look good. This is starting to look more real, I guess you could say. Alright, we do need to touch up on the station in here, make a nice little operator's booth still. Still need to add some details in that. And then this can be used as future expansion later down the road. Might add a few flower beds in these spots to spruce it up a little bit, make it look a little bit nicer. And just these little gaps filled. Since it's already a very plain queue line, which I'm not going to have any super extensive theming in these queues just yet for these first few rides, and then maybe once this park begins to grow, it's something like, then we could see that growth later on down the line. So go down here and let's copy existing texture, add that railing right here. There we go. Yeah, that will work. Got that nice rounded railing going there too. Alright, and then we probably need to close this up over here somehow. I'll probably look more towards like another sort of construction wall of some sorts, just to show, yeah, this is future expansion stuff. So I don't want to like close it up too much. I do want to close it up a bit though, so guests can't just wander off into the woods or wilderness, the open land over here. That's what we're gonna go with. We're gonna create a nice little thing. This guy, kind of like so. And we could put like some nice tall hedges there too. Might look a little bit nicer, actually. Put like some tall hedges there that people would not be able to go through, and make that the barrier instead of just a boring little fenced wall, you know. Could look just a little bit nicer. Yeah, so. And avoid those fighting textures a bit there. Yeah, let's see if we can get into some, like, those hedges. We've got these ones, which are a little bit bigger. what is going to be our best move here? I think those are from Planet Coaster 1. We're going to have them go over this way. We're also going to put one below it. We're going to stack them so it goes a bit higher. That should be good enough, and it makes that look a little bit nicer instead of just putting like a crappy fence there. Like we did on the other side, but that one's gonna be pretty temporary on the other one we did, so. I don't know when we'll expand this way, so we're gonna kind of keep it like that. That closes that up quite a bit. I think this park's pretty close to being ready to open, so that's pretty exciting. We're gonna put in some lamp posts here to make sure that our paths are lit up at night. Over in this area. Sweet. And we're almost opening. Now this park as a whole isn't going to be finished, but we're close to getting the park to that opening state. Alright, I think we're going to go ahead and add these hedges over here to this wall as well. Will be used for more future expansions. But yeah, we're gonna try and get a lot of stuff done, if not everything today. That'd be cool. Hello, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Alright, that looks nice and closed up. Park is looking a little bit more neat in that regard. Alright, let's edit this. We need to close these up real quick because I never closed those up. You put fencing on that wall. Which wall? On the one we just did? I like the hedging instead of the fencing because I think it just looks a little bit nicer. And then we're gonna fill this in with like trees and such, so. So it's just like, I did fencing on this side because this is kind of like gonna be a construction site until this coaster is ready to open. And then when that coaster is ready to open, we'll make like a whole new little section right there. It's gonna be like a delayed attraction, kind of. Like it was supposed to open when the park opens, but they wanted to get the park open, so they decided to go ahead and open the park without it, and then we're gonna open it up at a later date. It also depends, I guess, what kind of fencing you put on it. Like if you put a nice looking fence, you know, that's different. suppose. So I could see that if we did like really nice fencing there. But... Alright, we got that in place. I think that closes those up. But now we need to... That's where the path connects. So we're gonna block this section off. This will be the ride platform. And we're gonna put in some cubbies for extra realism. Might be under storage bins, which it is. Use these a lot. They're on the workshop. I forgot exactly who made them, but one of the first things one of my first blueprints I actually picked up. Really, really nice. And the color that they're defaulted at are actually already really nice. So I'm gonna keep that. Alright, and then in reality there would be like a exit gate here or something like that. So I'm actually gonna make this a little bit of a smaller opening of where an exit gate would be. One option that I used to do would be to like make an animated gate that opens and closes, which we could do. The only thing is you can't get it to pause and stay open, which kind of sucks, but you know what? It still is nice, because most of the time it'll stay closed and then it'll open when the guests exit, even if it kind of is a little glitchy. So we'll go with rotational here. Align to surface. Oh snap. Get our fence on here connected to it. And we just gotta machinery. Corner onto it right there, so it opens up the way we want. And then we will actually, what we're gonna do is add one more piece. We're gonna add a sign that says exit. As well. Exit. Perfect. And we'll want to do that. We'll edit the scenery group. Click on this, and then we're gonna do it on a trigger, but we need to figure out which one we need. There is a pause option. Not a very long pause, but there is. I thought there was. Isn't there one that was a pause option somewhere? Fast reverse. No, it was a different piece, that's right. So we need, it's a quarter. Fast, ultra fast, slow. We need quarter chop. Alright, reverse is that one. You can see, wish we could get it to stay open. quarter chop reverse might be the only one. It's gotta be the reverse one if we're doing it this side. So, the idea is they'll exit. It is gonna immediately close on them, but it at least is kind of nice. If we can do that one or the slow reverse. Quarter. Sorry, us. Quarter. Reverse slow. Quarter. Quarter. Us slow reverse. The slow one will give it more time to go through, so I think we're gonna go with that one. We'll do a trigger. And then we'll lower this into place. Put this in place where we need it. Put it about right there. Okay, and I'm gonna go to metal framework, and then we're going to find. Actually, we're gonna go to coaster supports. Just find a nice blocky piece or a rounded piece. The smallest one we can find. Scale it down. Something it would rotate around, basically. There we go. And then we just gotta add a trigger. So if we go to add-ons, sorry, customize, place a new trigger. I want to place the trigger literally right before. So my hope is that it will trigger. I don't even know what the first one does. Why is there a red trigger here? Where did the first one come from? Get rid of that. Alright, so we're gonna edit this, add objects, we're gonna add this. And we gotta make sure it doesn't open when it dispatches. We want it to only open when the train comes in. And then probably delay it a little bit until the guests get to it as well. Let's make sure it works the way I'm hoping, which it does. Sweet. So if we edit trigger sequence, you can see it opens way too early. So what we're going to do is we're going to delay it by 3 to 4 seconds. And then that way it only opens once the guests get to about to it. We just got to time it and test it and time it a little bit. And it will be good to go. We could probably do the same thing with the wood coaster as well. Also want to make sure it doesn't trigger when it exits the station, only when it enters. But I've been doing this for a while. I just wish there was like a pause option. So it will pause. Like for the, you could pause for however many seconds in that one spot. But that's never been an option, so. But hello, welcome to the stream, what's up? Hello, hello. Right, this train's gonna dispatch. And it does not trigger, which is a good thing. As this train comes back in, we'll see if it's timed up good. Timed up well. Alright, so it should take a few seconds before it actually opens. That's about perfect timing. Of course, it closes right away, but there's not much I can do about that. But it at least is something, you know what I mean? I think it's fine. Alright, we already have lights in here, so that exit works. The only thing that the null entrances don't work on is the priority pass entrance for some reason. Is what it is. Alright, with the parades pack, we do have... I wanted to see something real quick. We do have, like, those performer platforms. Like the standing platform. Say if I want... Not attached to parade. Okay, so it's got to be attached to a parade. I was like, it'd be so cool if you could just place someone down. It'd be fantastic, but it doesn't look like that's an option. So. Anyways. Yeah, we can ride the ride. Why not? Let's go front bumper for the best experience. This is an air-compressed launch coaster. That's what it's advertised as by no other Cheez-It. I don't know if Cheez-It's still in the chat, but Cheez-It designed this ride. It's his Cheez-It's blueprint by Mars Designs, which is pretty cool. So only things I did was the station, queue, and everything like that. So. For this ride. The other two coasters were by me. Whoosh. But it's definitely like a spaghetti bowl type coaster, which is kind of neat. And we named it Phantom's Flight. Small, short little ride, but good for like a small park, I thought. So that packs a punch. Sweet. So that is that. If you're talking about this coaster, yes, it's a Raptor single rail that I have worked on off screen, and I'm currently working on custom supports for at the moment. I've not worked on a station yet or anything like that, but this is my first one that I've built too, like from scratch, the first one I've actually built. It's an unnamed project, by the way, too. I haven't named this ride or anything like that. I don't have any experience building single rail coasters, so this would be my first. I wanted to build one. I was like, why not just build one in this park? Has 3 inversions, a little over 100 feet tall. Tried to pack some good airtime into it. Gonna operate with 3 trains. I kind of made a short mid-course there, but the train fits on it, so. Got a little roll right there, a little ZRG roll. Kind of goes fast through this little spot, but. It's certainly not perfect, probably, realism-wise, but, you know, it's fine. Wanted to make sure it was pretty fast-paced and got the whole ride. I know this looks a little wonky on this little, like, dive loop, but I modeled it quite literally off of some of the others, so that's why it looks wonky, because they are wonky. But sweet, and then we have Howler over here as well, just hanging out. Which is like a classic little out and back Woody, nothing special. You like Planet Coaster 1 or 2 more? 2, not even a question. It's not even close. And when it's all said and done, 2's I mean, I think 2's already surpassed 1 already when it comes to everything. There's still a few things. The only things that Planet Coaster 1 does better is shop brands. We need more shop brands. We talked about this earlier, but shop brands, there needs to be more shop brands in Planet Coaster 2. Just, like, not even close. You know what I mean? And then shop brands, and then the scenario editor. We don't have the scenario editor in Planet Coaster 2 yet. I think we will get it eventually. Obviously, Planet Coaster 1 has hotels, Planet Coaster 2 does not, but, I mean, Planet Coaster 1 hotels were so bare bones and kind of, like, uninspired, like, it doesn't really matter to me that much. I think hotels will come in, but I think it's going to be a lot better. Yes, we could ride the wooden coaster. My gosh, it's not even anything special, but yes. Thinking of buying Planet Coaster 2. If it's on sale, I would definitely do it. It's definitely on a point where I would definitely do it. We just got the Parades pack. Really good DLC, by the way. But absolutely. The load times, night and day. Like, this game is so well more optimized than Planet Co 1. Like, the load times are... even on my bigger parks, I haven't had to wait much more than a whole minute. In Planet Coaster 1, on my bigger parks, I'd be waiting upwards 10 plus minutes on the load screen. Like, the load times are so much faster. Do not stand up sign. I don't think I would need it on this coaster because it doesn't have buzz bars, so... I know what you mean for, like, classic wood coaster stuff, but this is kind of more of a modern park, so... Is it laggy on big parks? I mean, it just depends on your PC, honestly. I wouldn't say laggy, I do lose frames, but, like, it works a lot better than Planet Coaster 1 when it comes to the frame rate. Of course, when your parks get huge and you have a ton of stuff, yeah, you're going to drop frames, but not as much so as Planet Coaster 1. So it's definitely more improved in that category. Like, if I go to my big park that I've been working on for a while, which we might actually go load up, you'll notice that there is some frame droppage but it's still definitely playable. I haven't had any parks that I've built that have been unplayable. And again, it just kind of goes to your PC specs too, like how good are your PC specs. That also plays a factor, so... And then, like, if you're on console, you're going to have that build limit, so... Building a wooden coaster, very similar to Predator at Darien Lake. Nice. Yeah, I just made a little out and back coaster here. Pretty cool. Are there more coasters than one? Very good question. I actually have not counted them, but we have a really good amount of coasters in 2. A lot of these are in Planet Coaster 1, but a lot of them are only in Planet Coaster 2. The ones that we're missing from Planet Coaster 1 that still haven't made it over, which I think it will eventually, is the Arrow Suspended Coaster, which is still not in the game for Planet Coaster 2, unfortunately. That's a big one that a lot of people have been requesting to come back. We don't have the bobsled yet from Planet Coaster 1. I don't know if some of you in the chat could think of more, but personally, we have all the big basic ones from Planet Coaster 1. Some of the additions that we have in Planet Coaster 2 that we did not have in 1 are going to be the Mach Extreme Spinning Coaster. However, this is part of a DLC, so just keep that in mind. I'll try and remember which ones are in parts of DLCs. So we do have the Extreme Spinner, which is my favorite coaster type to build in Planet Coaster, personally. So that's part of a DLC, though. So just keep that in mind. It's part of the Thrill Ride Pack or whatever it is. It was one of the first DLCs that came out. What else do we have? We have... That was Planko 1. That was in Planko 1. These were all in Planko 1 that are returned. The Pneumatic Air Launch Coaster, which is kind of like the Dodonpa style coaster. So it's like an air-compressed launch coaster. That one's new, and that's part of the base game. We have the Kid Coaster, which is kind of like your... think of your, like, boomerang, kid boomerangs. They have a boomerang version and a regular version, which was part of the Sorcery Pack, I think. So that one's in the DLC. Wild Adventures, that name's been taken. It's a real park in real life. Alright, so these are all base game. This is one of our new coasters we just got in the Parades DLC, the High Peaks Buzzard, which is the single rail coaster, which I obviously just built one. The T-Rex returns from Planet Coaster 1, so we have both single rails now, but this is also base. We have the High Peaks Construction Hybrid, which is the RMC Hybrid. But something new in Planet Coaster 2 is you can add launches, so if you wanted to make like Lightning Rod or something, that's possible. This was also, all these were in Planet Coaster 1. All those are in Planet Coaster 1. We have the Motorbike Coaster, which is part of the Sorcery DLC. That's in a DLC, but that is in there. We have, these were in Planet Coaster 1. We have the Raid Coaster, which is also, I believe, in the Sorcery Pack. So that's part of a DLC. One of the cool base game ones is the Multiverse Coaster. That's in the base game, and that's one that we did not have in Planet Coaster 1. It has like switch tracks and stuff like that, where you can create some really cool stuff. Hey, what's up? Welcome. We also have the Multiverse Coaster, this one as well, which is kind of like Escape from Gringotts, which is a really cool one. Yes, I would say the builder is a little bit better, and the coasters are a lot smoother, for sure, 100%. It's easier to smooth your coasters out. When did they add launches to the hybrid? Not this update, but the previous update, I believe. Yeah, we have LSM in the base game, not without mods. Alright, so that was in Planet Coaster 1. I think the Atomax Water Coaster was part of the pre-order. I'm not sure if you can still get that. I think you might be able to buy it still in one of the DLCs, but... we have this one returning. All these are from Planet Coaster 1. All these are from Planet Coaster 1. Planet Coaster 1. This is one of the new ones, part of the Parades DLC. It's the Mini Dive Coaster from B&M. That was in Planko 1. Planko 1. We have the staggered seating hyper, which is new in Planet Coaster 2, part of the base game, no DLC. These are all Planet Coaster 2, and then we have the surf coaster, which is also part of the base game, no DLC. And then we have the winged, and then here's the child coaster again. There's that one, and then the two differences is one's boomerang and one's not. So we have child and this one. Oh, this is the kiddie coaster. That's also in Planet Coaster 1. That's just, I got fooled. That was different. Anyways. And then we have the giant inverted boomerang, which returned. Inverted suspended. We have the LIM launch family coaster, so like Big Bear Mountain. This was part of a DLC. I forgot which one it was, I believe. And then we have the inverted, the next gen suspended coaster, which is on I think the Toy Box DLCs that one was in. Then we have like the Vector rotating coaster, which is like Guardians of the Galaxy. We also have the Vector sit down, which is like a Vekoma multi-launch. And we have a tilt coaster. The Vekoma tilt coaster is in the game as well. That's also in the base game. So yeah, we have a lot of cool options in Planet Coaster 2. But there's still just a few that haven't returned from Planet Coaster 1. Same with the flat rides. And they're still adding more, so. I should build a Wild Mouse coaster. That actually probably would fit pretty well in here. But perfect, thank you. Hey, you're welcome. But I personally think Planet Coaster, if you like Planet Coaster 1 and you want to get Planet Coaster 2, I think it's in a good enough state to get, personally. But you might have to buy a few DLCs if there's some coasters that you really want. That's the only downside, so. Is that you might have to buy some extra DLC. And we just got parades now, too, so which is also cool. Premium edition worth it? What's all in the premium edition? Let me look real quick. Look at the store page. Depends on what's in the premium. Oops. Pause that. Alright, so we have a deluxe and premium edition. Yeah, it's all on sale right now, so that would be a good idea. Okay, so the premium gets you some of the vintage DLC, Thrill Seekers Ride Pack, which has the Mach Extreme Spinner Coaster. So that's definitely really nice to have. Comes with a Sorcery Pack, Toy Box, and Parade. Oh, that comes with all the DLC. $60 for all the DLC. That's a good deal. I would if you can muster out $60 since it's on sale right now. It's originally $105. You can get it for $60. I would definitely go for it because it is on sale right now. This would be a perfect time to get that. Because I think that includes all the DLC for $60. You can't go wrong with that. The only thing not on sale right now is the Parades Pack, and that includes the Parades Pack as well. The Premium Edition does, so. I would recommend that if you can muster out $60. Yes, this is the Planet Universe Park J-Trains, by the way. Yes, you're correct. But personally, if you want everything in the game, all the DLC included, I would highly recommend getting it right now while it's 43% off. Literally almost 50% off, which is crazy. $60 for all of the DLC and the game as well. So that's pretty good right now. It's $50 for just the base game, usually. So for $10 more, you can get all of the DLC. So that's a really good deal. I highly recommend getting the premium edition right now if you haven't got all the DLC, or if you haven't gotten the game yet. If you can afford $60, because that's a really good deal. $60 for the base game and every DLC that's come out so far. Yeah, especially while it's on sale. Now is a good time to get it. Especially with all the DLCs on sale right now too, because it's almost $20 for the Parades Pack already. So like, yeah, the game normally is $50, and for $60 you can get everything, and it's usually almost $20 for the Parades Pack. So that's an insane deal for that premium edition. I didn't know it was like all on sale like that right now. But that's pretty awesome. Definitely a great time to buy right now. I like having that coaster right off to the side there. Looks really nice. Alright, we're really close to getting the park to an open state. That's exciting. So, I need to actually check something real quick. I want to see if my Epic Universe inspired park, Windland Adventure Resort, will actually open without crashing the game. Because I did install new mod, or like I updated my mods. We walk around the park. I've already exited, but there's not much to walk around, I promise. It's a very small park. There's not really much walking around involved in that park. This is very small. But we're going to go into Silver Dollar City here in a minute and work on Silver Dollar City. But we're going to open Windland Adventure Resort and make sure that even with my new mods, I backed up the old versions of the mods just in case I need to open up the park if it still crashes. So this park likes to crash sometimes because I utilize quite a few mods on it. And sometimes just reopening it works. So I'm hoping since I've updated my mods, it doesn't crash anything because it was made with older mods. Shouldn't crash anything, but there's a possibility. So, but this is kind of like one of my bigger parks, so you can compare the load times and the frame rate as well on this. So, I need to upgrade my PC at some point. But yeah, it's already about to load up. Perfect, it loaded just fine. You can see the frame rate's a little bit lower, but not unplayable. And you can see I have quite a bit here. Obviously a big old parking lot with hotels and such like that, and resorts. This is my big project I've been working on, so... And we're not even close to finishing, so it's pretty insane. We're almost done with the first themed land and the dry park, because we created a entire water park over here. So it's going to be 2 parks, the water park and the dry park over here. And then we have like kind of a city walk style, very heavily inspired by Universal, obviously, if you couldn't tell. So this is my big project I've been working on for a while, and I need to rev it back up again. We're almost done with the Viking section. This coaster actually has onboard audio, custom onboard audio that I created.
Time to take off. Make sure we don't crash.
Audio's a little off there, but if we reset it, it would be correct. But yeah, we're almost done with this area. It's got a nice family coaster, Viking-themed coaster, which is pretty cool. How it sits on this little island here. We made custom trains, too. In case you didn't know, you can attach scenery pieces to trains. So that's another selling point for Planet Coaster 2. You can theme up your coaster trains and it'll animate with the trains, which is really cool. So this isn't the actual what the trains look like. I actually added scenery pieces. You can even add animated pieces. You can actually make your own animations. You can scale stuff. Like, the features in Planet Coaster 2 are so much nicer than Planet Coaster 1. Yeah, we'll ride it. Man, you want to ride everything. I get it. I get it. You want to ride everything. I knew you were going to ask that, too. Power went out twice in, like, the last few seconds. I have no idea why. Oh, gosh, that sucks. Internet's down. Now the internet is down until... Are you on, like, your... I'd imagine you're on your phone then using data? Because I'm like, if you don't have internet, how are you even watching? You know what I'm saying? I'm assuming you're watching on your phone through, like, data or something. Yes, you can scale anything. So, like, for instance, trees. There's a scaling tool. So, like, you can scale up and down. Just keep in mind, I have a scaling mod, so I can scale stuff down really small or really big. The base game doesn't allow you to do that much scaling. Like, you can still scale, and it's a feature in the game, but I have a scaling mod that allows me to make it that increases the range. So, like, I think, like, in the base game, you could probably only go down to, like, 50%. So that's probably about where you could go in the actual game. I can go all the way down to 2%, though, with the mod that I have. And then in real life, it's probably going to be around 200% for that scaling, but I can go all the way up to 1,000 with the mods that I use. So yeah, you can scale anything that is not a grid piece can be scaled in this game. And they even have Planet Coaster 1 pieces from the original themes. So if you're familiar with Planet Coaster 1, you'll see that we have Planet Coaster 1 stuff in here as well, like the Western theme, which Planet Coaster 1, you'll see familiar pieces, like, say, the animatronics. You can actually scale up and down as well. Like, different pieces from Planet Coaster 1 that you can't scale in the first game that you can scale in this game, which is pretty cool. Yep, so we have scaling, and just to showcase, like, what you can do with coasters. Let's say we have the Mach. All you gotta do is go into customize, attach scenery, and you can actually attach scenery to your coaster trains, and it will animate with it. So if you wanted to have like a brick wall like this here, it will actually animate with the ride, for instance. So like, if I test this out, it's gonna move with the train, like it's actually attached to the train. So you can actually theme up your trains and everything however you want. You can even add animated pieces as well. So if we wanted to add actual animatronics or moving pieces, say like this gear, that will also attach with the train as well. And you can scale these pieces as well, also. So, like, to me, that is one of the biggest cool features for Planet Coaster 2, is attaching those pieces to your coaster trains. And you can do it with flat rides also. I did it here with this flat ride. I attached all this stuff to the flat ride. So it's not just coasters, it's also flat rides as well that you can theme up and animate stuff. And another cool feature in Planet Coaster 2 is the ability to kind of animate stuff. We have these pieces, say like a rotational piece, that you can actually attach scenery as well to. So you can like place something up. See, if I wanted to put this on here, it'll actually animate that static piece. So you can animate anything you want. And there's different pieces that you can actually place in. We have that. We have a little spring piece. We have a piece that moves back and forth. We have a radial platform, which kind of like rotates radially. Like back there, we go up and down. And there's different animation options on these as well. So I could go in and make it static. I can make it fast reverse. I can make it fast. I can make it slow reverse. Like, there's a lot of animation options for each one. So I can make it like do different animations. And on top of that, you can attach this to coaster trains as well. So like, if you wanted to animate something on a coaster train, you can also do that. So, pretty cool. But, alright, I know it has been requested. Let's ride the coaster. We're going to close it real quick and then ride it. With onboard audio.
Make sure we don't crash. That's it. We're flying.
So this is the Vikings making an invention,
Right.
flying invention. Kind of the whole storyline. It's a test flight for Vikings. Onboard photo.
Slow down. We need to get back on track.
That's another thing we have. We have onboard photos as well, so you can add photos.
All right. Time to turn up the heat. Almost there. That was some skilled flying. You made it back in one piece. Come back again for some more test flights. You are a true Viking now.
Oh, another cool thing is we have load and unload stations. So you can unload in one spot and load in another. Another cool feature in Planet Coaster 2 that you're able to do with coasters. But this is the unload station, so our guests would exit right there. So you can see that I have an unload station here with this ride. So you have a load station, and then this is an unload station, so the guests would unload back here. So you can see that's the exit right there. So that's another really cool thing that I love about Planet Coaster 2 is the ability to have load and unload stations in the game. And I think since the game had such a rocky start, a lot of people don't realize how good the game is today as compared to when it first launched. Frontier has really made an effort to get this game where it's in a good state, in a state that it should have launched in. You know what I mean? And they've really put in the effort because they had a lot of negative feedback at launch, but it is in a place where I think it is definitely worth getting now, especially if it's on sale. Definitely go for it. Internet came back on sooner than expected. Well, that's good. It's always annoying when I lose power and everything. The electric company works on stuff all the time in my area, so it always goes off. But yeah, this is basically the dream park that I've always wanted to build in game. So we also have a dedicated first-person camera that you can actually walk around in. You don't have to use the cheat like you had in Planet Coaster 1. You had to rename a guest Tegid Cam, but now you can literally just switch. If you push, I think it's T on your keyboard, you can switch over to different camera modes, and one of the camera modes is first-person. So welcome to Windland Adventure Resort. We have a lot of shops and everything over here. If we go over to the right, that will lead you to the water park. We also have like a little outdoor theater over here that I made. We got Gulpy performing up there. He's having a lot of fun. And then I also made like a little sports grill. Very bare bones on the inside. I haven't really done much interior in here, but we do have a functional restaurant with booths and everything. This is functional. Because Planet Coaster 2 now has proper restaurants, which is nice. We also have global illumination, so like when you go indoors, like it gets dark. So you can make proper dark rides. That's also a nice thing in Planet Coaster 2. However, you do need to make sure you have a graphics card that can handle it. Otherwise, it won't work. You have to have a good enough graphics card, an RTX graphics card for it to work. So that's a changing room. We have a nice little lazy river that you actually can go down in this view as well, which is pretty cool. But yeah, go over here. We have a drop slide that goes under. I made it go underwater, which was a pretty cool thing. I thought it was pretty clever. So like it drops down here, goes underwater, comes out over here, which is pretty cool. I thought it was a cool slide. Go over here. I made this water bucket attraction. It's not really a real thing, but like I made it visually look cool. Like it is functional, like people can actually go up in it and go down these slides and everything. Like these are all functional, but pretty cool little thing there. And we have the family raft slide here as well. I made a little return raft lift hill here, which is fake. It's just there for visual purposes, but I think I used like the raft ride lift hill to create that, so it looks good visually. Yeah, we can ride water slides. I have a few water coasters in here too, this being one of them. You have a lot of cool different pieces that you can do on the water coasters. It's a nice little gift shop that I made. Here's the other one. It's the exit of the other one. And then here's my wave pool. Which is pretty fun. I think I did a pretty good job on it. Really cool, you get like, these are that coaster right there. Continue around the water park here. We'll go this way. Kind of see the station right there, the coaster. And we have some mat racers here as well. Nice little mat racer slide. And then I made like a Viking themed slide complex over here, which is pretty nice because it's right up next to the Viking section of the dry park, so that was my whole thought process there. And here's one of the entry points. There's multiple entry points for the Lazy River. I almost said Lost River. Made it to where you can go one way or the other, which is kind of cool. Got a few lifeguards that watch. Yeah, this is our Lazy River. Now, we're walking around the park first, real quick, so you guys can see everything. Also made a functional restaurant right here as well. There's a nice little restaurant in here. Fully functional. Guess we'll use it as a restaurant, which is pretty neat. Same with the outdoor one as well. So we got the big rafts. We have the water coasters here. Oh gosh, where are we at? Alright, we start off in this little lift for this water coaster. There we go. Get to the front here. Go through this slide. We have the little water jets that propel you upwards. Whee! We have another water jet launch. Always love these in like real life. They're so much fun. Got a little half pipe. And that ends that ride. I have a second water coaster over here, so we have two of them. See if we can get to one that at the beginning. This one's about to be back in the station. This is like a family raft one. Think of like Mammoth at Holiday World. It's very disorienting. And sploosh. It's a lot of fun though. And then we do have the drop slides as well. Wait till that gets to the end. You can kind of see this one. Whee! Might be a little glitch towards the end just because I went underwater. But I thought it was a cool concept and idea, so I went with it. The idea was to go underwater with the tube, which is kind of the cool idea here. So we're actually underwater, and comes out like that. Still looks pretty decent. We have the other side as well. I think I synced them up too, so they always go at the same time. And sploosh. Yeah, those are cool. Those are sea serpents. That's what I called that one. Then we have the family, like a regular family raft ride. The big rafts and everything. Kind of similar to the one that we made already with the water coaster, but it's kind of a traditional one instead. Nothing too crazy about that one. Then I made like some Splash Kids area too, which is kind of fun. And then just made like a little slide complex, like a body slide, then you have double tubes, single tubes. And then we have the mat racers. I called this one Eruption because it's over on top of the little volcano kind of deal. And then we have a body slide as well. The Viking slides. This one's just a straight drop. This one is got a little, kind of like a little airtime hill. And this one's kind of basically enclosed and does all that fun stuff. This one's on the workshop, by the way. But pretty cool. And of course you just have your normal mat racers. Whee! Nothing special there, but yeah. That is mainly the water park. And then I have a guest spawner over here And we also have a pool, which is functional, by the way. So you make it to where guests will actually use it. I haven't got it going just yet, but we also have like a little highway with an exit and everything. A little toll booth. I even have like functioning cars that go around and buses. Oh no! They ran right into each other. What is this one doing? Is that one an unfinished? Must be an unfinished track to somewhere. I think it's the actual regular one that, yeah, that drives on the highway here. Like this. Yeah, we have functional. Oh, I basically want the parking lot to look real and alive, so we're gonna try and make it that way. With actual moving cars and buses, which was done with basically having a track underneath here. The buses are actually real, like they're functional, and they actually have, you can put guests in them and transport them to the front of the park like that. These are actually really in the game. As for the cars, this is all scenery attached to a track that's underneath, because we have the ability to attach scenery pieces now. And I just attached a car scenery piece to that track and then just laid the track out where I wanted it to go. So it looks like it's actually driving around, so that's pretty cool. One of the cooler ideas there, so... Oh, and I do get comments all the time like, why did you spend so much time and effort on a parking lot? Because I want my park to feel real. That's why. And I understand that not everyone wants to make parking lots in theirs, but I like the realism and the idea of having it out there. I think it's really cool. I have so much space still left for everything else, so should have no problem fitting everything in here in general. So this is gonna be a backstage area and everything, and I do kind of want to do my best to incorporate a parade in some way, shape, or fashion in this game. So maybe I'll make that maybe I'll make like a little main street part of the central hub here that will house a parade. I think that's something we need to do. It'd be really cool. So I probably won't use parades very often, but I think this park would definitely benefit from having a parade. So that'd be really nice. But yeah, that's my big project we've been working on forever already. I think it's been over a year already. But there's a lot of stuff. We are going to have dark rides, don't worry. So we have the Viking. So if those that don't know the plan of this park, we have the water park, and then the main park is going to have a Viking themed area. The next area we're going to work on is going to be a Western theme area, which is going to be above it, back in this corner. And then we're going to have a steampunk section in this back corner that is very, has like a steampunk theme. And then the last land is going to be like a dark theme, like a horror themed, like very scary kind of theme. Very similar to like the monsters area and everything. It's very heavily inspired, if you couldn't tell, by Epic Universe, so... But this park's going to be called Universe Adventure. And yeah, this whole park is kind of inspired by Universal, so, in general, as a resort. So it's going to be really, really cool. I'm excited for it. So we're going to have lots of different rides that are going to be incorporated in this park. So we got this little cool boat ride that we've been working on. Which will be really neat. But next, we're going to be headed into Silver Dollar City, which is my recreation that we have been working on. But that's my big project. My other big project is the recreation of Silver Dollar City in Branson, Missouri, USA. Which will probably end up doing a little bit of work here on this, so... For those of you who don't know, I actually work at this park. So this is the... I'm a ride operator, and I actually just applied for a supervisor position. I'm waiting to hear back on that. I've had 2 interviews now for it, so... but this is Silver Dollar City, which is the real park in real life, and this is my recreation of it because I go to this park every day, and I know this park very well, so my favorite color is red. Red it would be my favorite color. So anyways, we got that. We have the Ozark Marketplace, which is very bare bones on the inside here. I didn't do a whole lot on the inside. We have the rentals booth, which is where you would buy your scooters and everything. This is the bus drop-off and tram drop-off. We have our ticket booths, which would be over here. And everything. Then you would go this way. I have guest relations in that building. And then that would take you to the actual inside of the park. We have a bakery, Lost and Found. This is a very terrain hilly park. There's also a cave built in. And then we have the Hospitality House, which is one of the big gift shops that you walk through to go in and out of the park. And this is also the entrance to the cave, which would be this direction. Yes, you do work here. We go down here. We have the entrance to the cave, which I have not really built yet, but I do have plans at some time actually trying to create Marvel Cave in the game. That would be such a cool thing to do. So we go out here, we have the square of the park, which is the main entry area. But yeah, thank you so much. I'm not going in expecting to get it, but I did put my name in there, and I made it to the second interview. There's multiple interview processes, and not everyone gets to the second interview, so I did make it to the second interview, so which is cool. I had my second interview the other day. It was interrupted halfway through by a fire alarm, so that was fun. Yeah, the Wilderness Church over here. We have the taffy shop back there, and this is the area of the square. The other spots that we've worked on is actually Hill Street here. We go down Hill Street. You can go down here. We have the furniture store, tin type. This is the Silver Dollar Saloon, kettle chips, lumber camp area, and then this is going to be up towards close to Powder Keg. There's the start of the old Fire in the Hole building from the old Fire in the Hole. And then we have Fried Fancies, the seating area, and then the waterfall for that. And then what we've been working on is over here by Wildfire and American Plunge. This is the area we're currently working on, so this is obviously a huge work in progress right here. That we are currently in the process of working on. So I've really been working on Wildfire a lot here, which is turned out pretty nice. Still have a bit of work to do here and there, but we already custom supported it. We've got the station building. We did a lot of the queue. We got a few things here and there still left to work on. We have the gift shop at the exit. We have the on-ride photos. Because that is right down there. Well, I don't really have hardly any rides yet, besides Wildfire, so, because we mostly had worked on, basically what we've done so far is the entrance and Hill Street, and now we're working on this side of the park, and we're hopefully going to be getting to Powder Keg after that, so once Powder Keg's done, we'll move on from there. If you guys didn't know, when Planet Coaster 1, I started a recreation on Silver Dollar City. I never did finish it, and here in Planet Coaster 2, I hope to do that this time. And we have all the construction here that is going on for the new ride, which we'll know what that is in August, here in a few months. But I've to... they've been building this giant tower that's over by Wildfire right now, so I decided to kind of somewhat build that myself also here. It's huge, by the way. It's about just as tall, if not taller, than Wildfire in real life. So really cool to see that going in also as well. But yeah, I also have like custom audio. We already made some of the trains as well for the coasters. We also have the powder keg theme that plays at the brake run. August is next month, correct. Whoosh. It doesn't look like Silver Dollar City's entrance? What do you mean? That's what it looks like. What do you mean? What part doesn't look like it? I literally actually have been using a floor plan for this as well, so I literally have the floor plan for the park right here too that we've been utilizing for the park. You can see that lines up with Wildfire. Powder Keg's gonna line up over there. And we've utilized this for the square and Hill Street also as well. And we have the whole square. There's still a lot of work in progress stuff done that needs to be done, so. Now, I'm not going to say it's one-to-one completely perfect by any means, because, like, I also have the goal of it being functional at the same time. So, like, there's a few things in Planet Coaster that make it a little bit hard to get it one-to-one at some points, and also to be functional also at the same time. I've made a few sacrifices here and there just to make stuff look a little bit better, rather than, you know, the interiors aren't completely accurate either. Can you ride Powder Keg? There's nothing really to ride. It's not even been built, so... The buildings look different. I need you to elaborate. What happened to the interview? After the fire alarms were proven to be a false alarm, we went back in and finished it. So, on that. Oh yeah, Thunderation is closing. That's true. But if we go into, like, Wildfire's queue line here, which is still a work in progress, but we're getting there. We have the actual little water thing here, the little theming stuff. We have the stuff in the station. We even have the little misters when the train dispatches as well. So the misters actually go off. And the sounds that you're hearing from the queue line, I actually recorded from the queue, so which is pretty cool. The buildings look too cartoony. What do you mean by cartoony? But I also made the upper queue here as well in the queue line. Well, you also got to remember that this is... I mean, look at the guests in this game. They're cartoony, so... yeah, it's going to match the environment. My guess is you're thinking that it's too colorful, maybe, is what you're trying to get at, but... the buildings are completely modeled off of the references that I've done, so... I don't really know... what we're I guess I don't really understand, if that makes sense. But I guess I'm not understanding what makes them cartoony. The only thing I could think of is what you're saying is that maybe it's too colorful. But, like... I don't know. But still a work in progress on a lot of these things too. So like there's still more details I need to add to this building exterior wise, and I still need to make like the walkway down to the break room and all of that. And all of that fun stuff. And there's still some stuff I need to touch up on the square and entrance also as well. But that's another thing that I try to do with this recreation is it is going to match the style of Planet Coaster in a way. So it's still going to match it. What if you run out of room to expand on the Wildfire Powder Keg side? I got some room back here. Like, it goes all the way back here. The barrier's right there, and the barrier's way over here. I mean, so there's still quite a bit of space to work with. So I shouldn't run out of room. It does fit, so. Silver Dollar City is way better than Six Flags. Yes, in my opinion, for sure, too. I would 100% agree with that. For sure. But you can see our floor plan here. I made sure that the park is going to fit in here, which it does. The only thing that might be a little trouble fitting in is the steam train. It's a little turnaround, so we might have to edit that a little bit, but that's about it. Because the steam train goes way out here in the woods. That's the only thing that we might have to alter a little bit. I think, like, the show is, like, right here. But, like, I feel like we could still do the turnaround just fine right there. Might just be a little shorter, potentially just slightly. Which is fine. Not a big deal. Yeah, we gotta work on the American Plunge area and Wildfire. That's the whole phase that we've been working on. But I do have an exit now, technically, and we could technically open this. Is your Wild Adventures actually a recreation then? Oh yeah, we have custom audio too, so it sounds like Wildfire's lift. This audio is from the lift. Elevator Warden, you just want to ride everything. That's all you want to do is ride everything. I would like to check it out, yes. I don't know if it'll be in the stream, but I'd like to check it out. So you've only been to the park at night. That would probably explain why it looks different to you, because the park aesthetic is different at night. Yeah, go ahead and send the code. I don't know if I'll look at it in the stream yet, but I said I'd like to check it out. I mean, yeah, the vibe is different at night. I mean, this resembles the park. Trust me. I modeled it from the park, and I used my references from the park on the ride. I'm not gonna say it's one-to-one perfect, completely accurate recreation. There are inaccuracies, but where their buildings are at is where the buildings are at in real life. Like we have Hannah's Ice Cream. That is this building right here. This is the general store. They're all in the right location too. And as for the design of the buildings, I modeled it completely off of those. Wilderness Church looks kind of crap. Like, I feel like I need to redo this building a little bit. So there's a few spots here and there that I need to probably look at, but no, the park will, has a different vibe at night. So, and the lighting is very different at night. So there's not a whole lot of lightage in the park. So. But anyways, another thing we can ride before Elevator Warden starts talking about, we can ride Fire in the Hole, which of course I haven't done really anything on. I did build it in Planet Coaster 1, so I do have like a nearly full recreation of it in Planet Coaster 1. But that's about it, so. Williams Wan higher. I guess it would make sense if it was nighttime. Kind of. Because this will be dark in real life when it's done.
Set the whole town ablaze. Go!
There's my Patches model.
Patches, I'm gonna tan your hide.
Chicken! Waddles have been chicken!
Wiley, drop that dynamite or I'll have to shoot.
Go ahead, Marshall. You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Ow!
Get after those bolt knobbers and stop that fire!
Red Flanders, get back here and put on your paint.
I can't, Sadie. I ain't got no pants.
Red Flanders.
The dang ball knobbers stole them.
Stole them? What in the city hell would they want with good paints?
They don't call me bugs for nothing. Don't
Worry, they don't bite much. Bum 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 bum. That's a cool view.
Hurry! The
Bum bum
bullnozers are gonna
bum
blow
bum
up the bridge.
bum bum bum.
Get that crate over here.
Don't mess up my new pants, you ornery
Pack them
fool.
bundles under the dresser.
Can't you even tie a ding-dang knot?
Hurry!
What's the matter, Bugs? You chicken?
Watch out, you dang fool! You're gonna fall! Now look at what you done!
Uh-oh, I think I'm stuck. I can't reach.
Ooh, bridge ain't gonna hold. Bye-bye.
Bugs and Patches, we foiled your plot, and now we're using your dynamite to blow up the water tower and put out the fire.
Don't throw that switch! The train's coming that way!
Tower's gonna blow. Fire in the hole!
Have to add that whole splashdown and everything.
Thank you, heroes. We couldn't have caught those good-for-nothing ball knobbers without you. Give yourselves a big old pat on the back. You deserve it. And it'll also put out any stray sparks.
So
So long.
long. Sweet. My favorite ride to work on? Outlaw Run's my favorite coaster in the park. But to work on is probably... I really like working Time Traveler. So I'm in charge of Outlaw Run and Powder Keg. That's my two home rides. I'm the senior team lead of both rides, so I'm over both. Which I did create my Outlaw Run trains over here, which are now pretty cool. I can't get rid of this little front car thing, but because Outlaw Run's cars are a little bit different than most RMCs, the Zero car anyways. Audio feels slightly off. The ride feels a tad faster in real life. What do you mean the audio? Do you mean... Because I made it to where the speed fits the audio. So that's how I made the track fast. Or that's how I lined the track up. The speeds of the track up is with the audio. The only thing that might be a little bit need a little bit adjustment is maybe the final drop is a little off, so I might have to adjust that. Anyways, where's that share code? There it is. For Wild Adventures. Let's go ahead and before it gets lost in the chat. Should probably go get that. 2J 9W. See if this will actually work. G 74 J3. If I typed it right. Wild Adventures. Anyways. A gift for Wildfire. Share code. Curious of what that is. You mean the final drop? Yeah, I agree that the final drop needs to be a little bit resynced on the speed. We can definitely adjust that. I should build a mini hypercoaster. I haven't really built many hypercoasters on Plinko 2. I've built one or two, but yeah. But I do like working Outlaw Run, but it's a little bit of a pain in the butt because the RMCs, you have to lift every single bar up every single cycle. So if it's a slower day, you have to lift every single bar, and those bars are heavy. They're hydraulic, so. Ever had the tater tots at Dockside Grill? I haven't been to Dockside Grill in a while, actually. So I probably definitely should go by there again. I just don't. Everywhere I work is not near there, so I don't go there very often. So, at Dockside. Most of the places that I go to are, if I'm at Outlaw Run, I go to the employee lounge almost every day, but because we have an employee lounge that's really cheap, which is really nice. But I have, if I do eat on park, it's usually either a Crossroads Pizza, which is right by Outlaw Run, Crossroads Pizza, the Smokehouse, if I have like a meal card that I can use and I don't have to pay that much. Anyways, hot take Area Force 1 to SDC. I don't think that would work, especially with SDC's terrain, and it's too similar to, like, I don't want to say it's similar to Outlaw Run. It's obviously a different coaster type, technically, because it's an iBox, but, and Outlaw's Topper, but, like, I don't know. It wouldn't be a good fit for the park. And I don't think it would work with the terrain, so you would have to do some major structure, changes to it. But anyways, I'm curious of what this other code was that was sent to me. It said a gift for Wildfire. For PW7. I don't exactly know what this is. SNCPG. Oh, okay, hold on. Wildfire station gates, that looks actually really cool. I might use that if it works properly. Hold on. And if it does, can you get the gates to stay open? If so, I would really like to know how you did it. If the gates stay open. Because I haven't figured that out yet. How did you do that? I see them kind of wobbling. They open for a little bit. How? How? I'm very curious of how this was done. So I see you have 2 of each platforms. It's like 2 of each platform. Would you ever want to be director of operations at a theme park? Absolutely. That's actually who I had my second interview with, was our director of attractions, who is over all of the attractions division, basically. I would love to have that job someday. That'd be great. But this is the first step, is me trying to get to that supervisor spot, so... I'm curious of how this works. So we have... This one selects both of these, and then this one has both of those selected. How does that work? Start, play on trigger. It's got both of them selected on one. How? What? Explain. Explain your process. It does that little wobble, which is kind of weird, but it does stay open for a moment. I don't know if that's long enough for the trains to go through, but I bet you could edit it to make it happen. Alright, this is stepped reverse. The only thing I can see here is they have a platform attached to another platform. So, like, it's attached to that platform. So there's a platform within a platform. It's platformception. Or something along those lines. That's interesting. So if it triggers, so maybe like, I don't know, how would that option, how does that work? So it's stepped. But stepped means it would go in a circle. And that's what it's set to. I feel like I'm not smart enough to figure this out, so I'm very curious. 1/4 turn clockwise and a 1/4 turn counterclockwise, offset by 1 second. So my question is, are you able to change? The only thing is how do you change the animation that it does on the event sequencer? How does that work? On trigger, so this starts there. 1/4 turn clockwise. Another 1/4 turn counterclockwise, offset by 1 second. I still don't understand. I know you're trying to explain it, but I still don't understand. I'm assuming you have a platform attached to a platform. If I attach scenery, I feel like this is already attached to it. Yeah, 2 separate platforms, one attached to the other. So this one is stepped. And then this one... Sorry, my mind just... It's hard to get my mind to figure this out. Because stepped goes all the way around, though. Just in quarters. So that's what has me confused, that the animation type is stepped. Alright, and then if I click on this as a whole, it's on stepped reverse. So the one attached to it's stepped, and then this one's stepped reversed. So the way it works, if I attach scenery, this is, and then this is attached to the stepped one, which is all attached to that. Okay. So I really want to know how this works. Because I might have to make it even longer. Because I don't know if that would stay open long enough for the whole train to get through. Kind of close. Train might be able to get through that. One steps forward, then the other steps in reverse, contracting the forward steps after the first step. It's kind of almost hitting my head, but again, I'm not smart enough to figure this out, but like, I kind of understand what it means. Like, it's countering itself, which is why it does that little kind of movement. But I want to see if I can make this on my own, because that would be huge. Because I want to make one for Time Traveler's Gate as well. So we have a rotational piece, and then those get attached to it, right? So, like, if I edit here, this is all one piece, and it's on a stepped reverse. So if we go here, we want this on step reverse. So I got that. It would obviously be on trigger only. And then we would attach scenery, add another one that is rotational alongside it, which would be stepped. What's up? Was at SDC yesterday, saw you and Silas working Outlaw. Nice. Yeah, I was at Outlaw all day yesterday. Alright, and then this one was on stepped. And then this had the pole, or everything attached to it. I'm just gonna do like a fence for now, but nothing crazy. I'm just trying to figure this out. That way, for future reference, if I want to create something like this, I will thank you greatly for showing me. And I don't really care on the direction at the moment, but so that would be like so, and then according to this, if we go and look at the trigger sequence, we have it at about 1.5-ish seconds for the other one. So the top one goes first, and the second one goes about 0.5 after that. Alright, so we need to add a event sequencer. It was very smart, though. I wish they just had a pause option, where you could just pause it for however many seconds, and then it goes back to its original spot. I really hope Frontier adds that. It would make it so much simpler to figure it out, you know? That's what I'm really hoping for at some point, that they just add a pause option where you can just pause it. Make it so much easier. Alright, so throw in our event sequencer. edit trigger sequence. First one's going to be this one by itself, I believe it was. And then we add a second one, which is this one, which was about right there, somewhere around there. Wow, that works. It does a little shift, but it works. Wow. That's so cool. Thank you so much for sharing that with me, by the way. I appreciate that, because that actually is huge. Like, look at that. I understand it now, kind of. I think I understand it, because the other one is doing the stepped, the other one rotates, and it allows it to stay put. That's smart. See how the bottom one rotates, but this one stays? Because it's also rotating at the same time. So when it gets to that last step, it closes. That is smart. Let's see if we can fit this in over at Wildfire, actually. I wonder if you can make that flawless, though, to where it doesn't do that little thing. I might need to make my opening bigger right here, by the way. I might have it a little bit big. Not gonna lie. That could be my fault for making that platform spot a little bit too narrow. Because looking at it right now, it does look a little bit narrow. And I think that's on me. Which I could easily fix myself. I could fix. Which shouldn't be too hard of a fix. I can't remember if I have... Okay, no. Yeah, these aren't grid pieces, so that makes it easy. Tried to stop the wobble, but couldn't figure it out. Hey, it's better than nothing. Honestly. That's still helps. Is super helpful still, regardless. So, I appreciate you sharing that with me, though. It's awesome. See if we can utilize it in here. I bet. But we definitely made this very narrow, so probably needed to widen it anyways. Alright, let's see if we can get this to look good. Place it a little bit further forward. A bit that way. Let's add a trigger sequence. Probably just add it with this one. Just need to add the event sequencer. Not that. Event sequencer. Confirm. And make it start maybe a half second after it starts moving. Hopefully it'll stay open long enough. Still need to clean this up down here. I know in real life it's a lot closer than that. Oh, I got this backwards. Oh boy. Let's see if it stays open long enough though. Probably not. Yeah, it needs to be a little bit longer. Alright, let's do a couple things. I'm gonna switcheroo sides because I had it backwards. And pull it a bit further forward as well. I don't know if you tried it. Are you able to make it a little bit? Thanks to you, Taggy. Gotcha, Taggy. Of course. Is there a way to make it longer? Like make the opening, make it stay open longer? That's my question. Alright. I think pushing it forward will make it pretty close. So that way it'll buy us a little bit extra time. Alright, let's see how it works from here. There we go, that opens pretty well. Come on, make it through, make it through. Very close. I mean, I could make the dispatch a little bit faster. I have it that slow because it's a little bit more realistic overall, but I appreciate you making that for me, though. Or making that. I don't know if you specifically made it for me, but it's still really cool. Which is nice. Very cool, though. Very, very cool. Another set of platforms. I was going to say, if you add another set of platforms, is it possible to make it a little bit longer? If so, that would be fantastic. I don't know if that's a good placement for it, but we're going to put it right there for now. For now, I really want to check that Wild Adventures recreation. I've never been to Wild Adventures, so I can't judge it too heavily, but I shouldn't build more of the layout to Patterkeg. I'm assuming you meant should, but I'm not going to yet because we're going by phases. So I can speed up the dispatch speed, yes. We might do that just enough to make it work. That could be also a fix as well. I'm sure you can make the actual gates look more like the real gates. Yeah, I might tamper with it. I think they look pretty good, so. Which one is Wild Adventures? It is Hershon Park. Kind of like their forgotten child that no one ever remembers. So we're gonna go check this out. Alright, obviously it is a work in progress. I've never been to Wild Adventures. So, don't know. Hardly don't even know all the coasters that they do have. To be honest. I know they have a Vekoma SLC. Boomerang, I know they have one of those. And I know they have a Vekoma SLC. And maybe some other ones. I know the Vekoma SLC is probably like the main attraction, which is pretty sad. This is just, it's just a park that, I mean, could have potential, but there's just not much to it. I think it also has, animals, so it's kind of like a zoo-ish as well. But yeah, I don't know much about it. I mean, this is a cool little start, though. It looks like. Can we ride the I mean, do you really want to ride these? There's not much to them. You got a boomerang, a wild mouse it looks like, and then a family suspended coaster, which I think this is one of those cloned ones. I didn't know they even had it, so had one of them. One thing that still bugs me in Planet Coaster is that you have the lift hill sound even though it uses drive tires. They still haven't addressed that. Gotta add it to your virtual coaster credit count. I think this is the most exciting ride in the park so far. Did they get rid of their wood roller coaster? I don't know. I honestly, I've never looked into even what Wild Adventures has. To be honest, I think they I think I know they have an SLC. This is not Train 1. Oh, it is. It's just a small... That's right, but, like, why am I not in the front? So confused. There we go. Whee! Well, those bars are kind of in the way. The train. That would have ended badly. Whee! I love that last little hill for that brake run. We got here Outpost Express. We amazing. What else we got? Oh yeah, Boomerang. I mean, it's a boomerang. Yes, I've heard of Six Flags Discovery Kingdom. So, looks like they attempted a parking lot too. Again, I've never been to this park. And I get into it for free. But I have no desire to go to it. So... in real life, like, you know what I mean? So... Oh, have you guys really looked at the Planet Coaster? This is the Parades Pack park that they made. Like, the developers made this. This park's pretty cool, actually. Whoever they got making, like, their parks and such now are doing so much better than what they did in Planet Coaster 1. you can see that they're becoming a lot better at building. Like, look at this main street. That's pretty cool. Be cool if boomerang coasters ran 2 trains. I mean, there's some that kind of can, like shuttle coasters anyways. Look at their little RMC Raptor they made. It's pretty cool. And before you said it, yes, we'll ride it. Before you even say it. Yes, we will ride the coasters. I knew he was gonna say it. But this is made by the developers. They're doing some really good work on it, on stuff. So I even think they did some slight custom supports on here too, which is pretty neat. They're getting better at building. I have like a little steampunk theme going on here. Nice little ride. And they have a little, the mini B&M dive coaster. Which is also kind of cool. So this whole park, they kind of showcase the rides that are in the Parades pack and all the stuff that's in the Parades pack. So the trolley, oh yeah, those are also new as well. Let's go. Maybe. Did we break down? What's happening? I guess we don't get to ride. There we go. I had to fast forward. But I like the addition of the little mini dive coaster too. It's a pretty good addition as well. Goes down into the tunnel. It looks like they're using the Vista points too. Those guys are really having fun watching the ride. Reminds me of work. It even has a splashdown element, which is cool. Maybe they had to recycle. Oh yeah, this has a unload station, doesn't it? It does have an unload station, which is kind of cool. But look at this building. This is pretty cool. They did an awesome job. Ironfall, 1899. Sploosh. Alright, and then you do have the really cool trolleys. Kinda cool. And they can even be on pathways like this. And guests should be avoiding them. There's our onboard photos. So cool. I really like what they did with this little thing. The gears and everything. Pretty neat. It looks like we have actually a restaurant up here somewhere. How do we get to it? I see one. Ah, right here. Nice little restaurant. Look at this main street, though. Pretty cool. Cool little gift shop. I think Frontier's outdone themselves with the parks that they make now. Really good. Like, they even started making these back stage areas. Like, look how cool this is. For the parades and everything. And this is all the stuff we saw in the trailers and the teasers right here. Pretty cool. I love the music that plays too. This is so well thought out though. I really like. And they have also an arcade in here as well. Love the additions of arcades too. Floats are neat. I really want to create a really nice parade myself. It's hard to like really. I've had so many attempts trying to make some, but like I can't make anything on the scale of what they've done here. I've never been a big parade person in general. But, I don't know. Does this actually have a schedule? So next one, what time is it? 3:31? Alright, the next one starts at 4. Or we can just start it now, if we really wanted to. And it just goes through the main street here and goes around. But this is such a cool little park. I like what they did here. They utilize all the rides that are in the Parades pack and the theme, and really just utilized everything. And then the backstage areas just look really good. Actually, it's 5:30 in real life. Yes, I'm talking about in game time. It's cool how they have like little employee sections like that. Such a nice touch. It would have been in. They have some interiors and some stuff like the arcade and restaurant, but like imagine if they had actual stuff in here. It'd be crazy. Because it's supposed to be like a theater. Kind of looks like it. Like, that's cool that, I mean, we have the entertainment tab. I think it'd be so cool if in DLC or update that they add like shows and such, like actual stage shows, live entertainment. That could be added to the entertainment tab. That would be so cool. Like, you could actually have shows and such. That would be so cool. And then you have just like a set of like different shows that you could go with. Should build something. I don't know if I'd... not really a point, because like I wouldn't like... It would take a while. Echo Hollow comes to Planet Coaster. It'd be cool. I mean, you can kind of make some fake ones, like with Vista Points and such. But like, they have the Vista Points here, where they're actually admiring the ride. That's so cool. I really like what they did here, though. But yeah, you can see they actually made custom supports. Not all of them are, but it's really cool. Review blueprints. Maybe we could. Alright, let's see. Yeah, you can see some of these are custom supports. I like that they did that. They're getting more creative with their builds. Alright, let's fast forward a little bit, get to the parade time. It starts at 4. More research coming in. I guess that is research points. Alright, it's almost showtime. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Showtime. Here they come. Yeah, we should look at it in guest view. They're all gathered around here. Let's find a good spot. What's a good spot here? I want to watch it go through the door. Excuse me. Hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, it's still sped up. I was like, why is everything going so fast? No! Normal speed. Why can't I go normal speed? Why does it have to be sped up? Is that bugged out? I can't get off of normal speed. Or game speed. The game speed won't go to 0. I've never seen that glitch out like that before. It has to be sped up. It won't let me not speed. It won't let me go without it speeding up. It's bugged out. I can't. Why is game speed sped up? I'm pretty sure that's sped up. Or am I wrong? Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe I'm just dumb. I might just be dumb. Hey, it's Queen Splash. Does this seem sped up? It looks a little sped up. I think it's... That's definitely sped up. I feel like I'm tripping. I don't even know. It's a big float. I don't know, that tram looks fast. Like, faster than it should be. I don't know. I feel like the floats are going faster than usual, too. I don't know, I might be tripping. I'm gonna run past the parade. Run. I thought Parades was definitely well done and about the best that they could have done it in, you know. Pretty impressed with how Parades were done. Only thing is, I do wish there was maybe an option to get rid of the line on the paths. I mean, it marks the parade paths, I guess, but, you know. The Rocky Mountain Construction Coaster. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's not the best in the world, but I think for a general Planet Coaster in-game, you know, ride that they built, I think they did really good. Is this supposed to have people on it? Why is that even showing? That shouldn't be showing at all. Nice, though. But I love the idea of parades and everything. Still not might not be something I use a crazy ton in game, but I think for like my bigger parks and stuff, I think it would be kind of cool to have a parade going through. So the biggest thing with it, that it's possible, but like it's hard to I'm just trying to think of like if I have an existing park that I want to add it to that doesn't have them, like how easy is it to add the pathway over it? You know what I'm saying? Is that going to be simple? Like, if I wanted to add it to a path that I've already placed down in the past, is going to be kind of tough to work around that. One of my biggest, like, things is, like, say Silver Dollar City is going to be kind of a tough one. With the terrain and everything, is that going to be difficult to get it to work? If I want to make, like, the Christmas parade that they have. Alright, I'm curious if there's any parades on the workshop yet. Every time I've gone there, I haven't seen any. What are these? Gerstlauer Wood Coaster. Those are cool. Hey, someone made Golden Lasso. I hadn't seen any of those either. RMC Transfer Track. That's actually a really cool piece right there. What's this one? Main Street Station. That's cool. Definitely gonna see a lot of Main Street buildings starting to pop up now, which will be awesome. Alright, I do want to filter in content packs, parades pack, confirm filters, and see what comes up. Alright, so there's some stuff in here. Sweet. Rib Runner. That looks like a really cool RMC Raptor. With some good theming to it. What else we got here? This is like an actual parade. Main Street with parade. The buildings kind of look those top of the buildings look kind of weird. That's just me though. Main thing I want to see is if there's like parades and such that people have made. Volcano Blast. Main Street Arcade. Nice. Yeah, let's install that. Could be cool. Crab Racer. A horror float. Interesting. Alright, we could check this out in a sandbox. Creative Park. I think it was a blueprint. I didn't look. I'm sure there's other Wonder Woman ones. I don't know. I have so many stuff installed. I don't want to crowd it too much. Alright, it was called Rib something. There it is. Let's see, is it fit perfectly, or do we need visible, invisible? That makes sense. Just like that. Sure. Not that it matters, because there shouldn't be any power to worry about. Anyways. Look at this ride, though. That's crazy. Yes, we're gonna ride it. That's a pretty cool, neat idea, though. Some crazy stuff. Gosh, look at this station. It's so narrow. This is so creative, though. Really cool. Look at the booth. That's awesome. Sounds like a joyful song playing over there. For a ride themed to Bones. Why does it sound so joyful? Wee. Not much of a brake run at the end. Rib runner. Nice. Rabanda Panda. This is really thought out though. Nice. Some really cool rock work. Unique layout. Sweet. Little vista point. Oh, it's a focal point. Vista point. Admire. Sweet. Pretty cool. What was I looking at? But anyways, I want to test something here with the parades. With like an existing park, like already got path laid out, how possible is it? Because you can do it without path too. Like that's also an option. So, but last time I tested this, no one like pays attention to it. It's kind of weird. Say if I want to create a parade that goes through here. You have different options for the track. There's a path track. There's just our standard track that I think... Can you attach path to it? I mean, I guess. I just don't know if anyone... As far as I know, people won't use it as, like you have to have the path track for people to stop. So you can make it There's even points where you can make it stop as well, which is kind of cool. Or with the mod, I can make it do some crazy maneuvers. We can add a drop track. We can do all that stupid stuff. I can make a transfer track with that mod. That's funny. Anyways. I don't know what I just did now. I can't do anything. Alright, so, like, can I turn the merge setting, like the merge settings on and off? That's my question. Or is it just gonna go right on top of existing path? My guess is it would go right above it, like that. Too steep. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. That's the thing, like, it's a little bit difficult if you already have existing path there already. Make it do a loop. You want me to make it do a loop? I don't know if I can do that, like, that loop, but, like, I might be able to do something here. I don't know if I can go any... Yeah, it won't let me go that steep. Too steep. I can bank it. I think it's funny that I can even bank it a little bit. Not by much. I can't bank it much, but I can bank it. If I did the normal track, would it let me? Oh, yes. Even this way? Oh, yeah, it will. I just can't do it with the path, because I guess it's a path. Just can't do it with a path. This is gonna be the wonkiest thing you've ever seen because I'm not gonna spend too much time on it. Alright, we're gonna send our characters through a ride here. Have fun, King Coaster. Try and... Is he gonna be Spider-Man? Is our entertainer's gonna be Spider-Man? Here he goes. Is he gonna stay? Oh gosh, he's struggling. He's making it work somehow, though. I guess he's not gonna go upside down. He's just gonna flip through the... What are the floats gonna do? Are they gonna go upside down? Watch, game just crashes. Oh, yeah, I think he's gonna go upside down. Have fun, King Coaster. There he goes. Oh, he's flying down that. I don't know how he's hanging on, but he is. Who needs gravity? Nice. No barrel roll. That's fun. Yeah, it doesn't really work well if you already have established paths. You'd have to, like, create your own, I suppose. Guess that's how that would work. I was just curious how that would work. The funny part is, that's actually really funny. Should have done this a minute ago. But you can... Let's just go back to Heartland Adventure. So you know the staff pieces for the parades? You can attach them to coasters. From what I've seen. Which is hilarious, by the way. Let me see how this works. Attach scenery. Parades. For instance, say I want a character that rides this coaster. Why not? Slap King Coaster. He likes coasters, right? But does he pop up on there? He doesn't pop up on there, so... Because he has to be attached to I think he's got to be attached to a parade. So if I place down a parade, and say, oh, that's part of that, maybe he would show up. I'm not sure. I've seen someone do it. Arcade's pretty popular still. That's good. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Alright, let's see. Let's go grab a support piece. See if I can do this without having to adjust it. Put it right in the right spot. Right in that right spot. I'm gonna create a complex structure here. A little bit complex. Not crazy. Not crazy complex, just a little bit. Alright, so that's kind of the idea, that you're going to have these kind of support pieces going alongside here. Put another one right in the center. Apparently that didn't move the way it should have. This also not in the right spot. Yep. Get rid of these other support pieces real quick, because they're in the way. And they shouldn't be there. They're in my way. Wasn't in the thing. Problem is, it's not rotating correctly. It's not moving perfectly. Which isn't like the end of the world, but it is a little annoying. A higher point? That's weird. That is bizarre. Why would that be higher? That's kind of weird. I'm not gonna even ask. Because I got no idea. I'm not gonna worry about it. Apparently it's all over here too, that's weird. Elevation didn't change. So why is that? These aren't all lined up either now either. This is so weird. It must have just not been straight, so when I moved it, it shifted a little bit. Which is fine. It's okay. Not a big deal. Coaster supports, coaster supports. Wait, no, cancel. I did the wrong thing. But appreciate you guys being here today on the channel. Hopefully you've had a fantastic day thus far. How Enchanted Parks will run all their new parks. Yeah, hopefully it's well. Hopefully, I don't know. I have my slight doubts. I don't feel like they've ran their parks well to begin with, so it's kind of like, I don't know. how this is gonna go kind of thing. I'll try and stay optimistic and hopeful that they'll do a good job with it. I would hope so. I hope that like Six Flags St. Louis and Worlds of Fun will get some love that they've been neglected. So for a while, and hopefully they can get that tender love and care that they deserve. It feels like they've been neglected for so long. It's nice that Worlds of Fun finally got a coaster with Zambezi Zinger, but like a couple years ago, but like I feel like it wasn't the right coaster they needed. They could have done so much better with their selection of what they could have got. Not saying Zambezi's a bad ride, but I feel like they could have got something that would have fit better. Would have been a better fit for the park. Instead of adding another GCI right next door to their other one. Just kind of a weird decision. Or choice, you know. In my opinion. But maybe they know what they were doing, I don't know. Or building off nostalgia because of the original Zambezi Zinger, I guess. And maybe it worked. Maybe it didn't. I never rode the original Zinger, Zambezi Zinger, but I'd imagine it was a nice ride. Do one in the middle of this. I don't know why it doesn't put this on straight every time I do that. Alright, I've been trying to do a little bit of the support work on this. A little bit each day. Even though it's not none. Definitely need to become a model tribute to Orient Express, in my opinion, or rode the original of both. Yeah, I never got to ride Orient Express. I was too small, too young. By the time they took it out, so never got up there in time to ride it. But it'd be cool with the interlocking loops and all. That would have been pretty cool. Because now all we have is Loch Ness Monster. Which hopefully doesn't go anywhere anytime soon. I would hope it wouldn't. Alright, sweet. So now we got all the way through this airtime hill. For our supports. And even even supported the mid-course a little bit because we have connecting supports with it, which is also a nice bonus. Next is going to be this weird like inversion maneuver that I did. This turnaround over the lift hill. And then I did like this little outer bank drop, which I like that quite a bit. And then another airtime hill. Then we have nice little turnaround, unique little turnaround there into the mid-course. And then we have a few more elements like the 0G roll, twist and turns, and then hit the brakes. So, pretty neat. Original Zambezi was the ride you rode with your signature runner, but you could ride as a family as well. I know it got relocated. I don't know if it's still operating. I thought I heard it ended up getting removed, but I can't remember. I know it got relocated. I don't know if it's still operating today. I thought I heard it isn't anymore. I think it closed for good finally. If I heard correctly. I don't even hardly remember, so... lined up. That's awesome. Let's see how much we got done now. So if we look at that, that's what we got so far. Pretty cool. Alright. I was in South America. I thought I heard the whole park was closing. Is that what it was? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Not too certain. Alright, I need to figure out what kind of support structure I'd want to do for this whole maneuver. Alright, so I would want to make sure... You gotta watch out for the track underneath as well, so we'd probably want to put one right around here somewhere. Far enough away from that track. That should be good because it's banked the other way. Got a connector piece. Is right here. Make sure it's angled nicely, like so. Line our vertical piece up with it. And then we're going to add one of those smaller pieces here. And resize. Shrinking that up. Size it down a little bit more. That looks pretty solid right there. This vertical piece can go all the way to the ground. Give it a diagonal support. Where would this end up? Bum, 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 bum. Alright, and these ones don't matter because they're in-game supports, so they won't be there very long. Alright, we're gonna need probably a piece that goes over the top here. For this maneuver. There's very wonky supports in the RMC Raptors, so I'm okay if I make some wonky supports. I don't think it's too much out of the realm of possibilities when they're kind of wonky. Alright, let's see where that would end up. Kinda close to the other train, or to the train down there. So what we can do is we'll make it just a little tiny bit narrower. Make sure we have clearance. Good clearance there. I want to see where we can put the other one without interfering with the other track. No. Yeah, that's plenty of space there. First we'll go here, and then we'll go here, see where this ends up, see if we need to adjust it at all, which it doesn't look like we need to, really. Could make it a little bit narrower if we wanted to match the other one. A little closer. Not even by much. Like, that would be fine. Ah, Columbia. The park is still open. Okay. Yeah, I knew it had gotten relocated, and I thought I heard about it closing, too. After running in that park. Or whatnot. Always interesting. Some coasters have a very interesting life. They travel around sometimes. Mm-hmm. 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 Alright, this is where it's gonna get a little bit interesting, because we're kind of over the station, kind of over the stuff right there. It's gonna be kind of a little bit difficult. Might have to do one more framed support like this, potentially. At least one more. Trying to dodge the supports underneath a little bit. YouTubers gotten down there to ride it since they were too young when I was at Worlds of Fun. Nice. I was not one of those. I'll confirm I was not one of those. Just gotta get this in place and we'll be golden. Alright. Before we get too far, let's get some footers in here. Try to do them as I go so I don't have to do like a crazy amount of footers all at once. That can be a pain in the booty. Welcome back. Alright. I feel like I'm gonna need a support structure right here. Of some sort. Let's see what we can come up with here. Somewhere around right here. And that looks like we can squeeze that in there without having to get too close to the station, so... which is nice. I want to get the supports kind of settled first. Could probably do a little bit of the station, but we might stick with a lot of the supports first. Just in case anything interacts with the station, I want the supports kind of there first, so I know where the supports are going to be. I knew we had this section here where we get a little bit close to the station. Ta-da! Let's see where that will end up. It needs to be a little bit less. That goes straight through it, which we don't want. Another thing we could do is go a little bit further this way instead. Perfect. The thing, you always have to dodge your track underneath on some of these, so it can get a little bit interesting. Alright, we need to actually add some more, or some of these guys that we don't have in place right now, or anything. That's good right there. Alright, we do have a few pieces we need to put, like, right here, obviously. Starting to look pretty good, though. At least I think so. We've got structure. Alright, let's see how it looks on ride with it. Just to see what it's looking like. First drop into our dive loop. I think this roll turned out really good. Alright. Looking pretty good. I like the look of this ride, though. I'm pretty happy about it, especially being my first ever Raptor that I've ever built. Sweet. But that's gonna look really nice, I think. I'll probably put it on the workshop once it's all done, when it's all said and done. So, look out for that. Move this, you can see kind of the structure we've been doing. That's all the structure. That looks really good. Looking pretty good, I think. That looks like a structure for a coaster right there. Can you make a coaster in Heartland Adventure? I mean, if you're a coaster manufacturer and I decide I want to add it to the park, sure. I mean, look, this one was designed by Cheez-It. He's Mars Design in the Discord server, so... Mini dive coaster actually would work pretty well in this. We did like the mini dive, the 6 across seating. Like, that's gonna look really cool next to the entrance too, just sitting right here. I like the red and gray color scheme. That's one of my favorite color schemes. Alright, get a nice photo. I always like to do some nice photos when we save, because when you save it, it will save the screenshot of where your camera is, so always try to get a nice one there. Alright. Speaking of dive, are you going to ride Tormenta? Well, I've never been to that park to begin with, so if I ever get down there, for sure. I would love to. But it might surprise you, but the only Six Flags parks I've been to, well, it's not Six Flags anymore, but Six Flags St. Louis and Six Flags Magic Mountain. Literally the only ones. But, alright, I think I'm going to head out here for now, get some dinner, and enjoy the rest of my night. I have probably a few more things I kind of want to do, so maybe we'll be back tomorrow. Potentially, I'm off tomorrow, so I don't like to make promises, just in case something comes up, but... alright guys, I hope you guys enjoyed. We place a tree near the path and make a fake this tree with an arrow pointing at it. That would be definitely you know for sure I'm gonna put that in the recreation at Silver Dollar City for sure. I have to. But alright guys, appreciate you guys being here today. Make sure you have a great day and cool tomorrow. I'm gonna catch you guys later. Thank you guys so much for being here, part of the stream. It was fun, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks and goodbye.